Be live.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's now live.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome, or for many of you, welcome back. It's now 9 o'clock, and so I resume the further hearings of this examination of the North Hertfordshire Local Plan 2011 to 2031. My name is Simon Barclay. I'm a planning inspector and a chartered town planner, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this examination into the soundness of the local plan. Just a couple of things. I'm assuming that everyone's read my two guidance notes. The first one being the general guidance note about the examination, and the second one being a special guidance note about the use of Zoom. Just on that, I know many of you will know this already, but we do have some newcomers this morning. So generally speaking, I prefer it if you joined with your camera on, although if you don't want your image to be shown on the screen, it's fine if you want to turn it off. But if you would also join with microphones switched off, please, then as we go through the discussion, when it's your turn to contribute, you can switch your mic on. When you've said what you're going to say, you can then switch it off. So it really is as simple as that. And don't share any personal information on Zoom, please, either yours or anyone else's. And we're not using the chat facility on Zoom either. So what I'm going to do now, because we do have new people joining us today, is to very briefly take the register as I have it, at least. Where is it? All right. Just to make sure that everyone I'm expecting to be here is here, and for people to briefly introduce themselves. So I'll call people by name, and when I call your name, if you could switch your mic on, just briefly introduce yourself, and then I'll move on to the next. So for the council, first of all, then I have Ms. Suzanne Ormsby.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Ms. Caroline Daly.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Ms. Symes.
Morning, sir.
And Mr. Grantham from Land Use Consultants.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for that. For Abbey Land, as I have it, we have Mr. Boyd from JB Planning Associates.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning. And from White Peak Planning on behalf of Bloor Homes, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. White.
Good morning, sir.
I don't know Mr. Williams and Mr. White. I can't actually see you on my screen at the moment. I can't locate you. I don't know if you're in the same room, but I was getting some echoey sort of feedback from both of you.
We will try and sort that out so it doesn't trouble you, sir.
Well, you were fine that time, in fact, Mr. Williams. So yeah, okay.
We sorted it, I hope.
Thank you. I have Ms. Hillman Gamble for Central Bedfordshire Council. Or possibly not.
Inspector, there are 3 people who haven't checked in yet. One is Hillman Gamble from Central Bedfordshire, Mr. Reg Norgan, and Miss Cheryl Pears. So
okay.
Those 3 people haven't yet come into the waiting room.
Okay, thank you for that. I have Mr. Brindley on behalf of Councillor Barnard.
Yes, thank you, sir. I am here today speaking on behalf of County and District Councillor David Barnard. Councillor Barnard is unable to attend in person following the sudden death of his wife, and he is also suffering from COVID. I feel it should be made known that I was the North Herts District Council portfolio holder for planning and transport from 2008 to 2014. And so during that period, I was responsible for this local plan, but I no longer serve on the council. I'm also clerk to Kings Walden Parish Council, which is a civil parish in North Herts, abutting both Luton Airport and very close to the east of Luton sites in question. And I must make it clear that anything I say today is in a personal capacity. I am not speaking for Kings Walden Parish Council.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Brindley. And if you would be so kind as to pass on the examination's condolences to Councillor Barnard and our best wishes for his recovery.
I will. Thank you, sir.
Grateful. Thank you. Okay, for Councillor Moles, I have both Councillor Moles and Councillor Wynne. Councillor, both councillors, you are both muted.
I'm sorry, my fault. Yes, I'm David Wynne. I'm councillor for the Stopsney ward of Newton, which adjoins the sites.
And I'm Councillor Diane Moles for Wigmore ward, which is obviously on the borders of the proposed new development. Thank you.
Thank you. For CPRE, I have Mr. Griffiths.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you. And for Luton Borough Council, I have Mr. Bedford.
Morning, sir.
And Ms. Barker.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Dorman.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Barclay.
Now, on my list, I have Mr. Norgan, who I understand hasn't yet joined us. And representing Ms. Caroline Cottier, Barry Cottier, and Ms. Claire and Mr. Barry Brown, and also Ms. Linda Cottier, I have Ms. Caroline Cottier.
Good morning.
Thank you. Ms. Cottier, I understand that Zaid Cottier Wood is to join us later. Is that right?
Yes, he has to be somewhere else for the first part of the day, and then he'll be coming along briefly.
I'm very sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, sorry. How's the sound now? Good.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
He's coming along later. He has to be somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
He's coming at the later part of the day, so it won't be until the afternoon session now.
Okay. I just wanted to check. Well, triple check really that you're happy for him to do that, and that's all fine with you.
Absolutely, perfectly fine. Yeah, he has this will to do it. So yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I do need to just check. Can I ask Zaid's age, please?
Yes, he's 10 years old.
So he's 10. Okay, thank you. And are there any particular ways in which you and Zaid want him to kind of engage with this? Does he want to sort of make a statement and then go off and do what 10-year-olds are normally doing? Does he want to sort of join in the discussion, or?
Yeah, he wants to come in and say whatever he says he wants to say. He's planned, he's got something he wants to say, and he will come. He will say it, and then he has a project he thinks he's going to do. He's gonna do some kind of measuring thing he wants to do. He's going to let you know about what that is, and then he's going to deliver the result via either me, what he finds out, or himself in another session. So it's a measurement of some distance.
Okay, I caught most of that.
Oh gosh, my microphone doesn't seem to such good form today, does it?
It sounds a little like you're underwater this morning. That's kind of how the sound's coming across. So
no, really, I'll have to try and see if I can close some kind of applications or somehow.
Yeah.
Is it still as bad? I'll have to get another.
It's a little bit on and off. We'll
I think it'll settle down once I've closed a couple of apps. If it isn't, I'll switch to a different computer.
Okay, smashing. Thanks for that. Right. I also understand that I will have Ms. Cheryl Peers, unless she's joined us. in the intervening period. I can't see her name on the list there. For the Crown Estate, I have Mr. Dixon of Savills.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So is there anyone here whose name I haven't called out? Is there anyone that I've missed? Good. Marvellous. Right. Well, thank you all very much for that and welcome. Are there any questions then before we move to the matter for today? Marvellous. Thank you. In which case then, let us turn to matter 24, the East of Luton sites. Yeah, as I've explained previously, but for the benefit of those that haven't joined previously, so I haven't set out any specific agendas. I'm simply using my matters and issues paper as the basis for our discussion today. So hopefully you have a copy of that to hand. And I will go on that to issue 24.1. And in essence, I've set out 5 questions there. I think it might be helpful. Certainly the first 3 questions, A, B and C, are focused exclusively on the growth study. And I think just in relation to those 3 points, at least, it might be helpful for the council to set out its position. I don't know, Mr. Smith, if that's for you or Ms. Symes or someone else.
Could I suggest, sir, that we separate out A from B and C in the sense that I think our reading of A is about the soundness of the study, which is perhaps more Mr. Gransom's territory, whereas B and C is more about our interpretation. So it might just be slightly easier to deal with the soundness of the study, as it were, and then what we've done with it as slightly separate issues.
I'm happy to do that. That's fine. So we'll focus on A for the first part then. Yeah, just before we do that. So yeah, I have heard quite a lot about the unmet need in Luton, and I know that obviously the council and others say that there is an unmet need. There are other participants saying that there's no unmet need whatsoever, and that in fact Luton should be taking some of North Hertfordshire's housing. So views are as extreme or differences of views are as extreme as that. I've heard a lot about that. I've had a lot of evidence from numerous participants, perhaps, I hope you don't mind me putting it this way, but perhaps spearheaded by Ms. Cotier, who along with others has done a lot of work on that. The council, along with Luton and Central Beds Council, are also going to do some additional work on that, as we know, as part of the statement of common ground. So I already have a lot of evidence on that. I'm going to be getting a bit more in the future. So the existence or not of any kind of unmet need in Luton is not where I want to dwell today. I think it goes without saying that if I agreed with Ms. Cotier and those that say that there isn't any unmet need in Luton whatsoever, then clearly that would have very serious implications for the East of Luton sites, and in all likelihood I would be recommending that they should be deleted from the plan. I don't think that's going to come as a big surprise to anyone. So my point being that I don't want to dwell on the question of whether there is or isn't any unmet need in Luton, but rather if there is, and this is what these questions are really about. So if I were to agree that if there is unmet need in Luton, what should be done about it? So hopefully that kind of helps to focus minds and help to focus the discussion. And so I think we were going to Mr. Pearson. Is that Sorry, Mr. Grantham, is that right, Mr. Smith?
Some combination of Ms. Symes and Mr. Grantham are probably best placed to talk to you about the growth study itself, and then I'll pick up on B and C in terms of the council's own analysis of what that means.
Okay, a double act then, so good. So just to be clear, the question is, does the growth option study provide a comparative assessment of the options for addressing the unmet housing needs of Luton?
Okay, thank you, sir. I think probably the way we'll answer your question is if I start by talking about what we were required to do and what we did, and maybe Louise follow on in terms of how that was then taken forward by the local authorities. As you see, we were commissioned early in 2016 by the 4 authorities: Central Beds, Aylesbury Vale, Luton and North Hertfordshire, to undertake the growth options study. That was important insofar as the right way through the study, the 4 authorities worked together both at officers level, and we had a steering group which comprised officers and members, and there was a wider reference group of the surrounding local authorities, and at all stages through the process, set up, inception, method, findings, conclusions, consensus was sought and indeed was achieved on the study. In answer directly to your questions, question A, yes, it does provide a comparative assessment of the options meeting the unmet need. I'll take your lead and set aside any consideration of numbers. We were given numbers by the 4 authorities, and our task was to look at the sites that had come forward through call for sites and related activities, assess them against a range of criteria, both environmental criteria and also issues to do with deliverability and viability, and then to provide a comparative assessment for the 4 authorities. At the highest level, the study concluded that there was sufficient land available to accommodate the numbers as they were given to us. The report, which I won't go to in any detail, sets out in tabular form and in all the appendices the information that was collected for all the sites we considered. Obviously, this one is L22, and provides a comparison. There has been a question as to whether or not that should have been a RAG type rating, a red, amber, green. I'll come back to that in a moment. At the outset, it was also made clear that the study was not to provide recommended solutions to meeting housing need. It was to set out a menu of sites for the 4 authorities who commissioned the study, which they would then take forward into the local plan process and analyse them, taking into account particular circumstances. Obviously, as it went forward, the authorities would also subject those sites, whatever they took forward, to assessment through the sustainability appraisal process. We weren't involved in any of those processes at that stage.
If I may, so you said near the top there that you were given numbers by the 4 authorities. What numbers were you talking about there?
Those are the housing numbers. So the objectively assessed need numbers, and they're catalogued in the report. Would you like me to read them out, sir, or reference the report?
I suppose, were they the OANs, or were they, well, this is the number that North Herts says that it's going to take, and this is the number that Central Beds says it's going to take?
No, they were more the numbers that collectively within the housing market area, the HMA, where there was a defined requirement. We didn't particularly get involved in ascribing them to individual areas. We had an overall number, and it's important to appreciate that it was the the study area was the housing market area, not individual local authority areas. And of course, that's why we had 4 authorities. So we were tasked to look at the entire housing market area and the numbers that were related to that.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get to is whether or not the figure that North Herts agreed to take, if I can put it that way, through the duty to cooperate, was informed by. Sorry, there's something pinging on my screen and I'm not sure what it is. What was I saying? Whether that number was informed by the study or whether the study was informed by that number?
The study was informed by the number. I think paragraph 1.6, so if I could draw your attention to that, I'm happy to read that out, but it's there for you to read. That provides the premise with respect to the number. So I'm looking at document HOU 7, paragraph 1.6 on page 1. So I'll pause there if people want to look at that.
I've just got that in front of me now.
And as people are reading, that those were numbers that were given to us by the constituent authorities, and it refers to an unmet need of 9,300. Towards the end, there's an unmet need of 9,300 arising from Luton Borough, which would be met within the housing market area as close to Luton as possible. Probably the most relevant number.
So is it just the unmet need for Luton number that you were working with?
Well, yeah, I mean, eventually, yes, that's what it came down to.
So you weren't told you need to find land sufficient for X number of homes in North Hertfordshire and Y number of homes in Central Bedfordshire?
No. I mean, although the framework for the numbers were there, so there was an indication of which numbers applied to which areas. We simply looked at all the sites to see if there was enough space to accommodate whichever numbers the local authorities were looking for. So the numbers we had were the numbers identified in 1.6, and the study demonstrates that there was capacity to do those, to reach those numbers in the particular local authority areas within the HMA. And then it was for the local authorities to decide which ones were preferable in terms of bringing them forward through the local plan process.
Right, okay. So the number that you really were working with was the unmet need number?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Coming back to the study, therefore, so the analysis of the individual sites, as I said, we combined environmental constraints with assessments of viability and deliverability, and we also agreed with the authorities as part of that indicative densities and so on, and presented information on a comparative basis for all the strategic locations that were covered in the report. We didn't go as far as assessing a red, amber, green type rating. We used blue as a neutral color. The reasoning for that, and this was agreed through the study with the steering group, was that different authorities might place different weightings on particular considerations when they were taking sites forward or not through the local plan process. So that's the point, that we didn't conclude anything. So the intention was, and I think this is how the constituent authorities have used it, particularly in this case, North Hertfordshire, was for them to look at it and to see whether or not part or all of the sites within the housing market area were ones they wanted to bring forward. And I think that's how North Hertfordshire has used it, and Central Bedfordshire likewise. They took forward the information. They did further studies and analysis, and again, as we've set out in the report, it was always anticipated that this was a starting point for local authorities to take it forward and analyse it. I think we'll come back to the Greenbelt issue later in the day, but obviously most of the sites fall within the Greenbelt, so we included the Greenbelt assessment within it. That in summary is what the study was about.
Can I just double check that everyone can see and hear me well enough? I keep getting a message flashing on my screen saying that my connection is unstable. Okay, please do let me know if that situation changes. I interrupted you, I think, did I, Mr. Grantham?
No, I finished, so.
Okay, Ms. Symes, did you have a part of your double act to play right now?
Just to really say very little, actually, just to say that following on from that study, all the local authorities obviously continue to meet, and that's formed the part of the duty to cooperate, where we then, with our respective plans, all signed various memorandums of understanding where we identified what the unmet need was and how each local authority was proposing to take that forward. That was set out in our Matter 1 statement to you under the duty to cooperate, and is also covered in the various memorandum of understandings and statements of common grounds that we have both signed off with Luton Central Beds and with Aylesbury Vale District Council. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I think, Mr. Grantham, is it fair to characterise the study then as, would your short answer to my question A be, yes, the growth option study does provide a comparative assessment, it simply doesn't draw conclusions?
That's precisely, that's my short answer, yes.
And the reason for that then was so that the authorities could take that comparative study and use that to form the basis for their discussions under the duty to cooperate.
Correct.
Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I accept that answer. Thank you very much. I'd just like also to provide a bit of context for where we are now. As Mr. Grantham has noted, these sites are in the Greenbelt, and I think it's important to look at the way in which Greenbelt was designated to the east of Luton. In the early days of Greenbelt, of course, in Hertfordshire, the Greenbelt designation was only to the south of the county. When we started in Hertfordshire County Council, I was part of the team to designate Greenbelt in the early 70s. The councillors wanted Greenbelt over the entire part of the rural county. This was rejected by the then Department of the Environment. And from that, we then got a Greenbelt which resembled a sort of that grasping hand across Hertfordshire, because it is the London Metropolitan Greenbelt. So at that time, the Greenbelt that was eventually designated and then detailed in the 10 district local plans, which were all agreed by 1982, was these fingers going up the main route corridors. So at that time, this part of Hertfordshire to the east of Luton was not in the Greenbelt. So how did this arise? In the early part of the 1980s, there was a move to produce some alterations to the structure plan, which had been approved in 1979. And one of the discussions that we were having with North Hertfordshire District Council and other bodies was the problem of what was going on at Luton, the proposals then for the expansion of Luton Airport, and proposals then for housing developments within Luton to the south of Stopley, much of which have now been developed. And the Greenbelt then was extended to surround the eastern edge of Luton. That's how it happened. It was formalized in the structure plan alterations of 1991, and then of course detailed in the historic document that Mr. Smith has been referring to, the North Hertfordshire District Plan Review of 1993. So that's how it all happened. And it's important, I think, the context to note here that this site these sites, L1 to L3, are firmly within the Greenbelt. The Greenbelt was established there firmly to contain the outward spread of Luton into the open countryside. And I think many of us at the time, and particularly councillors in North Hertfordshire, really were debating whether to extend the Greenbelt to the whole of the area between Hitchin and Stevenage and the edge of Luton. But I think that we thought that perhaps was going a bit too far. But it is important to note that to the east of the Greenbelt boundary that we now have is that very important tract of countryside which runs from Hexton and Lilly in the north in the AONB, and then down through Whittle and right down through to Codicott in Welwyn Hatfield, the top of the Mimram Valley. A very important, inspirational piece of countryside, I would say. So I think it's important to realise that the context for that as well, which of course was not fully covered by the growth options study. So that's the context, sir. I just wanted to establish that before we go on into the day's proceedings. Thank you.
Mr. Brindley.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I just wanted to pick up on what Mr. Rantham said, that this was, HOU said, and clearly a numbers-based study. It does somewhat remind me of a financial director I knew once who said that here's the profit figure for the year, go away and prepare the accounts. I also note that Mrs. Symes mentioned about the duty to cooperate. I was in post at the time when the duty to cooperate first came in, and it was very confusing. I do remember saying at a joint technical unit discussion between Central Beds and Luton, where we were, North Herts was an observer, that we interpreted the duty to cooperate not as a duty to agree. But later on, I was, I think, persuaded by officers and by consultants that actually, if we hadn't included these sites in the plan, we would not have met the duty to cooperate, and the whole plan would have been unsound. So they were put in largely under the somewhat nascent duty to cooperate at that point in time. I also note the date of the study, though, is 2016, and this was a long way before the airport put forward its expansion plans from 18 million to 35 million. And I do feel that had those plans and the development consent order application been in place when this study was prepared, the study would have come with different conclusions. In addition to the airport expansion, there's the large expansion at Century Park. And again, I think the impact of that and the traffic that it would pull in could well have influenced this study. So study 4 years ago, I know it's impossible in these planned situations to keep up to date with everything, but a lot has happened in that time. And I also had a note here, and I'm just agreeing with what Mr. Griffiths said, that the impact of the proposed expansion of the area of outstanding natural beauty, which probably will still happen at some time, but hasn't yet, would again have a massive impact on this study had that been in place.
Okay, I don't have any further questions under A. Is anyone else here to talk about question A? That is, does the study provide a comparative assessment of the options? Ms. Cottier.
Yes, I'd like to say something. So in this comparative growth study, I think that there needs to be some type of assessment and acknowledgement, well, actually not more than acknowledgement, but it actually needs to be given detailed maps of the safeguarding of the aerodrome and the legislation that requires all local planning authorities to consult with the airport operator at the outset and to obtain and to provide a safeguarding map as well, and show how the height of the buildings relate to the place that they fall within the safeguarding map. And that, as far as I can see, has not been, no safeguarding issue has been mentioned in this growth options study. And considering that all four local authorities were involved in the discussions, I'm surprised that none of them brought up that matter, because the airport, the operations company has got, I'm sure, the safeguarding map. So basically, all of the airfields are covered by safeguarding law, but sometimes the airfield may not be under obligation, but that changed recently. And for safeguarded, if the aerodrome is officially safeguarded, and not all of them enjoy this status, but Luton is one of them that does enjoy the status of being officially safeguarded, they have to, it's not optional, in fact, they have to take this into account. It's a must. And all of the Civil Aviation Association licensed civil aerodromes are safeguarded, but the ones that are officially safeguarded are safeguarded by law. So, and under the terms of their license, civil aerodromes are required to take all reasonable steps to ensure the aerodrome and its airspace are safe for use by the aircraft. And there's a lot of there's a fair amount of legislation from different directives and different guidelines, as well as actual rules that have been published by the Civil Aviation Authority's own guides. But it's actually the Civil Aviation has the power under Article 211 of the Air Navigation Order, and there is a document called CAP 168, which sets out the standards required at UK national licensed aerodromes, relating to management systems, operational procedures, physical characteristics, assessment, in our case, treatment of obstacles, in our case, visual aids, and various other emergency stuff, which hopefully wouldn't apply unless someone crashed nearby. But so the NPPF footnote to paragraph 97 gives a specific reference to aviation impacts, and it does so in relation to wind energy due to the height, obviously, of the windmills, which it is obviously an issue. But any other structure that is high has to be properly assessed at the outset. And the starting point for that assessment is what's called a safeguarding map. Now, you were onto this really early on, because I recall, I'm not sure whether it was week 2 or 3 of our very, very first hearings, in your inspector's actions on requests, or the homework requests, you were aware of this because you rose, you gave them the job of getting you a safeguarding map at the beginning. It's in your inspector's actions. I'm not sure which exact day it was, but I'm sure you have a copy of the things you've requested, and I can maybe check it out later. But you asked for a safeguarding map for the aerodrome. So this, I haven't seen one produced, but that would need to happen. And then after that had happened, it would have to be provided to the company doing the assessment, whether it be the one that produced the one we're talking about now, the growth options, or whether they would want a more in detailed document. But anyway, the footnote, there's also a footnote in the NPPF on page 23 of the NPPF, footnote 17, that specifically relates to the overarching national policy statement for infrastructure. And it's at paragraph 5.42 that says it's essential that the safety of UK aerodromes, aircraft and airspace is not adversely affected by new energy infrastructure. Now, you may say, well, this is a residential development. What has energy infrastructure got to do with anything? Well, this is the thing. If you look at the maps of the sites EL 1, 2 and 3, the planning application maps that are mentioned in the plan documents, as well as the ones that were put in as applications to the planning portal. So I'm not talking about them as individual planning applications, which I know you don't like to do, but they are mentioned in the examination documents. And we're talking about the sites, okay? The sites as a broad general EL 1, 2 and 3. The maps are provided in our local pan library. Well, the boundaries of the sites are highlighted in red for EL 1 and 2. 3 is over a bit further over, more towards the Stopsley side, but EL 1 and 2 are the ones that lie adjacent to the new Century Park. Well, that's the brief name. There's it has a planning application number of its own. It doesn't just involve an industrial development. It involves quite a lot of other things. And one of the things it includes, this recently passed, well, it wasn't recent, this application was passed nearly 2 years ago now. So they've been granted full planning permission on this entire major development, which includes an energy centre. Okay, so part of the approved planning application includes a pipeline and an energy centre. So this is how it relates to the National Policy Statement for Energy Infrastructure. And this is why the footnotes that I've just told you from the MPF most definitely do apply. It's called Sui Generis Energy Recovery Centre, and it's part of an energy centre that is permitted and outlined within the fully permitted new development, New Century Park mixed use major development. So the problem with that is this major development, which is actually arguably a nationally significant infrastructure in its own right because it's airport related, doesn't just sit next to sites EL 1 and 2. Its boundary map sits within the site EL 1 and 2. So it's not sort of like even separate, it's actually contained within the site itself on the corner. So that's not been addressed in this growth options assessment, and any of the attached development has not taken this physical presence of one site overlapping and sharing land with the other into account. And it's also managed to entirely neglect the presence of all the legislation and the rules regarding development under a public safety zone, which is at the end of each end of the runway, spanning out like a triangle shape as the crafts take off. And I should add, a public safety zone is not the same thing as a safeguarding area. The safeguarding area has a radius from the point of the runway outwards by 15 kilometres. And our residential development falls within, well, about 500 metres of the runway, but actually within the site, if you take the airport related development of New Century Park and the energy centre, it falls actually within EL 1 and 2, literally within the field. Visually, this is clear when you take both boundary maps. So obviously I can't hold anything up to the screen or provide it at this stage, but I'm sure you can look up these things yourself to see them. And if you wish to have the links to take you directly there, I can also send them. That's not a problem. So that's what I want to say broadly. I have more to say about the exact legislation that applies, because when you first look it up, it tends to be talking about the directives. There's something called the Town and Country Planning Safeguarded Aerodromes Technical Sites and Military Explosive Storage Areas. And it's called Direction 2002. And there's an equivalent one for Scotland. And all the operators of, I've more or less said that. That's really important. That details it. But recently there was an upgrade to that, where it became something that is internationally, there are international standards that apply, because in 2014, another regulation came into force, which it made the Civil Aviation Authority the designated authority for the licensing of aerodromes under EU regulation number 139/2014. And that converts the aerodrome's license to an EASA compliant license. And then that relates to safety assurance. So safety assurance of safety assurance of proposed changes can only be provided if the proposer submits to the approving authority a fully detailed concept of operations for how it intends to achieve an acceptable level of safety. So they cannot respond and give the local planning authority safety assurance if they have not been provided with, or the proposer has not submitted to them or the approving authority a detailed concept of the operations. And obviously to be proposing flats, housing, retail park structures, which are going to go above, 2 floors, relates to the heights that buildings are allowed to be within the safety zone, as well as the safeguarded zone, which they're different. They sound similar, but they're not actually the same. I don't think the residential area falls directly under the flight path as takeoff occurs, but it does fall under the general flight path where planes are allowed to go, and that was changed recently. There were some changes brought in. So the house and the rule is that the law is that under the public safety zone, residential development should not be permitted, and there should be a movement towards removing residential areas at the end of them, not putting them in place. That's under the safety zone thing. The whole thing would make a lot more sense if they had provided maps, because it's relating to space, and visually it makes sense instantly when you see it on paper. But the fact is they have not provided maps or made any mention of the safeguarding policies that needs to be considered. So this is, for me, something I'm going to revisit in more detail, because I have done much work on how this relates to many issues within the area regarding our later discussions. So I'll end what I've got to say about that in relationship to this particular study. It's not taken that into account.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. I think I probably am going to be very brief, because I just want to double check. Is this section that we're talking about now where we might want to look at various sites that were in the growth option studies or weren't in a little bit of detail, or is that coming up? Will you want to cover that in a separate section, maybe 24B or C? I'm not entirely clear on that.
Yeah, really, this is about whether or not it's. I was trying to, through this particular question, that's about exploring the nature of the growth option study and what it does do and what it doesn't do, really, in terms of being a comparative assessment or not.
In which case, I'll leave my comments about specific sites to a little later in that case. Thanks very much.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, sir. Could I possibly just come back to a few of the points which were raised in the early part of this discussion on the growth option study, please? if my notes are accurate, I think I'm right in saying that Mr. Grantham referred to paragraph 1.6, and also that the study was to look at the unmet needs, and that's 9,300 of Lutons, and to meet that need close to Luton. I'm pretty sure he said those words. I know you'll be very familiar with that anyway, sir, in terms of that requirement. And then just moving on, sir, to your final summation, where I think you probably hoped that you'd heard everything you needed to hear on question A, where you said in your sort of short version that the study provides a comparison but does not draw conclusions. And I think Mr. Grantham said yes. The only thing I'd say, sir, is that clearly, just as a reminder, the comparative exercise that the growth option study undertakes looks at 31 potential growth locations. And if you look at the figure 2.2 in the growth option study, sir, when you get a chance, that identifies on a plan all of those.
My apologies, Mr. Figure, what number?
Sorry, figure 2.2.
Thank you.
Potential growth locations in the document itself. And that figure identifies those 31 locations. And you will see very simply, a very simple point, that a significant number of those locations there are very, very well removed from Luton. And clearly, you start to question whether, in the context of what Mr. Grantham said, whether actually all of those growth locations would be deemed to be reasonable in terms of meeting Luton's unmet needs. And I just wanted to put that point forward, sir, for you to think about, obviously, after the session. And then in relation to drawing conclusion, I should say, sir, that I think North Herts, from their ED 173 document, I think concur with that view, that the needs of Luton, the unmet needs of Luton, should be met close to where the needs arise. I think they refer to that in paragraph 15 of their document, and also at paragraph 22. Just moving on to the conclusions you should draw, and obviously the point that Mr. Grantham made, that really it was almost to decry his own study, I think. I mean, this is clearly part of the evidence base of two submitted local plans, the North Herts plan and the Central Beds plan. It's I think a very worthwhile study, a very helpful study, but it was almost, in Mr. Grantham's words, to downplay the importance of the study, in saying that you can't draw any conclusions from it. It was also, what was the point of doing the study if you can't draw any conclusions from it, really, is my point. And obviously, I'm not going to go into any details on sites, as you say, sir, in these submissions. But I just feel as though the study is clearly does draw some very clear comparisons between those 31 potential growth locations, and I think those comparisons are very material, really. I think I'll leave it there, so I'll obviously come back to other matters during your other questions, I think. Thank you.
Mr. Grantham.
Yes, sir. Maybe if I can just pick up on a few of the points that have been raised there, if that would be helpful. Just on the last point there, just to clarify the report. Yes, it does draw clear comparisons. That's correct. It doesn't draw clear conclusions. That was expressly for the local authorities to take forward. It is part of the evidence base, and as I said before, I think it's been used appropriately in that context by this authority and indeed the others. Just picking up on the airport, it's wrong to say that wasn't covered. It was covered. Paragraph 2.9 lists Luton Airport as one of the constraints. I think much of what was said by Ms. Gauthier was about height, and that isn't really the issue in terms of a strategic study looking at residential development. It's more noise, and we did map noise contours for the airport. That's all recorded. You can see that in Appendix 1 of our report, where it summarizes the noise constraints and how we map them. And then for each site in the Appendix 5, it says whether or not it's an issue. It was considered to be a secondary issue. And I think that was also, and Mr. Smith may want to come in on this point, but that was then confirmed subsequently in the consultations that the council had with the airport regarding the local plan, where the issue with noise is essentially noise mitigation. It's not a strategic issue to take out a site from development per se. Hence, it features as one of our secondary constraints, not one of our primary constraints. I just wanted to clarify those two things, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cotier.
Yeah, I'd like to reply to the noise and the airport point just made by Mr. Grantham. I'd just like to make a clear distinction between the airport and what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the airport expansion. I'm talking about a separate project called the New Century Park. And the LBC, Luton Borough Council planning reference is 17/02300/EIA, because it comprises of office space, warehouse, industrial space, hotel, energy recovery centre, internal access roads, that's 2 new dual carriageways, car parking, landscaping and associated earthworks, utility diversions, sustainable drainage systems and tree removal. And this outline to this application was submitted in December 2017. However, the consultation for this non-airport expanding project, but nonetheless you could call it associated, but it is certainly not the airport, the separate project, was all approved by Luton Borough Council on the 27th of March 2019. So obviously the lengthy consultation had ran for 2 years prior to that. And the council was, North Herts District Council was aware of this project because they were one of the early statutory consultees for this, and they were sent a document which was an EIA report, which they provided a response to in detail, a detailed response to this development. And the response, well, it raised many issues relating to the development. But this separate project, which is not the airport related project, has been approved as a major development under, I think it's Town and Country Planning rather than the Planning Act. If it had been done through the Planning Act, of course, it would have to be part of the DCO and the airport, because it would be part of the airport related NSIP. But it's not been put that way because it's not, the planning authority has decided it is not the airport expansion project. It's a separate major development. But because each part of it is such a complex major development, it actually does contain within it 3 major developments. So there's like a 3 major development in 1 major development type of situation. And part of it is within EL 1 and 2 map zones. So that obviously means that cumulative impacts have to be assessed, not only on the grounds of the obvious, such as it's obviously going to obscure the openness of the green belt if you have three in one major development project nestled within another major development called the housing estate itself is a major development. You've basically got a situation of 4 major developments lined up side by side and even overlapping on a portion of their site. So an assessment, even though this is not supposed to be to draw conclusions, if it's drawing comparisons, though these cumulative impacts would have at least been noted, and a distinction between them and the fact that they are nothing to do with the airport expansion, but they are an entirely separate project. And I have had extensive communication with the planning officer on the point as to what degree it's airport related, and the authority are absolutely crystal clear that this is not airport expansion project. It's a separate project in its own right, and all things pertaining to it are going to go ahead regardless of what happens with the airport, whether the airport DCO in the future gets passed. The consultation is started and has been running for nearly a year, over a year now, but that outcome is unknown. The outcome to this major 3-in-1 major development project is not unknown. It was already being consulted in 2 years before it was approved, and North Herts, albeit weren't massively involved, they were initially consulted at the outset, and there was a very, very detailed response put in by the council from Councillor David Levitt, who, as you know, is the signatory of this plan of which we are studying now, and he has outlined in 7 pages his many concerns regarding this project. However, he fails to notice, I don't know whether he noticed it or not, I would have thought he would have done, he fails to at least say he's noticed that the project falls within his residential, within the council's residential EL 1 and 2 site. So I mean, you know, you have to be clear where one project ends and one begins. They can't both be happening on a corner of the same field. The fact that they're adjacent is worrying enough, and that hasn't been analysed in any depth. The fact of the airport being there is merely an additional complication on top of all of that, and it's frankly a bit of a Pandora's box when it comes to assessment, because it's not only the individual projects, but it's the projects taken as a total, because of, you know, the seriousness of where they're happening within the airport zone. So the comparison at this stage is I would say it would be necessary to look at that before I don't know what you do with a situation like this. I mean, you know better than me, but it's a problem because we can't analyze and assess, and unless we have, you know, got clear evidence. Well, clear it's not the evidence comes later. We have to acknowledge what we need to assess first, points, and that's not been listed as one of them. So I must admit it's worrying. It is. I've got to get my head around it. I was a bit surprised myself when I saw the maps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Brindley.
Thank you, sir. Just picking up on Mr. Grantham, yes, I acknowledge that HOU 7 does consider the impact from the airport, but it was written in 2016 when the airport numbers were about 13 million, I think. The airport has already expanded from 13 to 18 and now plans to go from 18 to 35. So it couldn't possibly have taken account of the traffic implications of this expansion. Add that to the Century Park expansion that Ms. Cottier has been talking about, and the traffic implications become very, very significant. And they cannot have been, they were not, because they could not have been included in this comparative study. If you look at the other sites which could be affected here, they don't have this same level of impact from expansion. So it would not have been possible, and therefore it didn't happen, to make the true comparison on traffic impact on these sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moles.
Right, going back a little bit on provision of land. Central Beds are building north of Luton, very close, and are allocating houses to Luton. And their access is slightly better than Hertfordshire. And there's also building going ahead west of Luton, adjacent to the motorway and the airport link roads. But North Herts, east of Luton, have dreadful access. Traffic is horrendous. Fumes from traffic's horrendous. And it's the most inappropriate place for housing to go ahead. It's beautiful land, beautiful lanes, beautiful countryside, and it cannot be destroyed. Thank you. I don't know whether David wants to say anything on that.
Just that in addition to the expansion that's going on with Central Bedfordshire, there is a development being planned for near the motorway junction 10 by 2020 developments. Because of the changed economic environment, we believe that that is likely to be changed from being purely retail to part retail and part residential. And that clearly will provide housing which is significantly more convenient and significantly more sensible than building further away in the Greenbelt, for where there is no infrastructure whatsoever.
Thank you. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. I can't see you on my screen, Mr. Williams, and I certainly can't hear you, I'm afraid. Ah, there you are.
So I do beg your pardon. So I only wanted just to make one or two points on what Ms. Cottier has told you. We've tried to follow what she has been saying, and we were a bit concerned that she seemed to be suggesting that there was some overlap in the boundary of the Century Park permission with sites EL1 and 2. So my understanding is that there is no such overlap. So far as the DCO airport application is concerned, I think, and this may be where there's some confusion, there is reference to, as I understand it, some potential hedgerow restoration on one of the field boundaries, but that's the sum of it. If it would help, we can provide a factual map for you. Other than that, sir, we're very keen, I'm sure you are as well, that we shouldn't be returning to matters which I'm told have been discussed at some length in relation to impacts and so on, and landscape and other topics. But I understand this point related essentially to the growth options study, and I've understood that. But I hope that that's a helpful clarification. So if you wanted anything more, we can supply it.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Williams. Before I go back to Mr. Grantham, are there any points on question A? And just to remind everyone, that is, does the growth option study provide a comparative assessment of the options for addressing Luton's unmet housing needs? So I want to hear any final points, because I'm then looking to move on. So final points, then I'll go to Mr. Grantham and anything that the council wants to say. So Ms. Cottier.
Yes, thank you. I too can. I'm more than happy to provide a map because Mr. Howell Williams has just mentioned that he doesn't think that my description was accurate. Of Century Park, but he may be confusing Century Park with the entire planning application. The entire planning application. It's a mixed application containing 7 parts, and Century Park is only one part within it. So if I'm not sure what Mr. Howell Williams is thinking of as to be the new Century Park. The new Century Park is the kind of a colloquial name that people are using generally to describe the whole thing. But in fact, Century Park is just a small part within a larger major development called the number I gave you earlier, the 17 EIA reference number. And it's comprising 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 parts to that one planning application. So it's very complex. So that's what
I'll tell you, Ms. Cottier and Mr. Williams, what I'm going to do on that. I will take maps from both of you, so long as they are clearly labelled, so that I know where they've precisely where they've come from, where you've got them from, and I'll make of those what I will.
Okay, and I wasn't originally going to say that point. I was going to say something that that linked to what Mr. Brindley had said about the transport studies, because I think Councillor Diane Moles was present along with myself in the very first round of hearings when we discussed this development and the transportation study, and I can't remember the man who the council was using to talk about this study. I think it may have been the same one the other day, but I can go back through the old recordings and find out. But I can tell you for sure, he said that their transport study for the Century Park development was 200 and was based on a number of 250 cars per day extra. And
I can remember, Carolyn.
Good. I can remember too, and I can even, I think I've even, I can even find the exact place in the old recordings where he says that, so I can probably manage to dig out a transcript or make a transcript. But that gives us immediately more information about the scope of that transport study, and he felt that was adequate. But I think at the time I argued, of course, it wasn't, but that was the number, that was the figure. So that gives more information about the transport topic that Mr. Brindley brought up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on question A before I go to Mr. Grantham and the council for the final word, and then I'll take a break and move on to question B when we return. Okay, I'll draw a line under that now then, so I won't have anyone coming back. Mr. Grantham?
Thank you, sir. I just want to pick up on Mr. Brindley's point with respect to infrastructure. We did look in detail at planned infrastructure in the study. So if I can take you to page 14 of HOU 7 that describes step 9, where we established infrastructure constraints and opportunities. And that's...
Bear with me a moment and I will go there because I've got the study in front of me.
Page 14, sir, paragraph 2.54. And I also refer you to Appendix 3.
Okay, so I have paragraph 2.54 in front of me.
Yeah, and Appendix 3. It's simply to make the point that the study did try to look in detail at what was planned infrastructure investment in roads, public transport, and the schemes we looked at, which includes, for example, Century Way, are itemised in Appendix 3. We drew those from infrastructure delivery plans, from discussions with Highways England, discussions with highways authorities, etc. And that's catalogued in the method. And that information was used to inform our assessment of viability and deliverability of sites. It is right to say we didn't do a detailed traffic assessment, traffic generated from any sites. That was out with the scope of the study. But it is the case that the study did look at planned infrastructure investment. I just wanted to clarify that point, sir.
Anything else from the council's side before I take a break?
If I could just pick up on a couple of further points, just to sort of wrap up on this. I mean, although not directly related to the question, obviously there's a lot of talk about the airport, and I just wanted to point you towards the Regulation 19 consultation response of the airport operators. I think that's obviously quite important, and that makes clear that the airport had no objection in principle to the housing sites east of Luton, but due to the proximity, there were some points which should be addressed, mainly relating to noise and highway measures. So their concerns were more about appropriate mitigation than any in principle issue. And obviously you'll have that in the files of information you already have. And I guess just sort of finally to address the question itself and the comparative point, just one final reference within HOU 7. Table 4.1 on page 44. You don't need to go to it now, but just to give you a bookmark that does provide you a kind of summary overview of all the locations that were looked at and their rating or the findings of LUC against the key elements of the study that Mr. Grantham's mentioned. So you can compare across the sites from that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a break now, and then upon our return, we will pick up on question B. So I make it 10:23. I adjourn the hearing then to resume at 10:55. Thank you. And yeah, just for those that haven't done this before, please don't log out of it. Don't click the leave button. So don't actually leave the meeting. If you can just mute your microphone and turn your camera off, please. Okay, then it is now 5 to 11, and so I resume the hearing. I'm going to turn now, as I promised before the break, to question B, which is from the Council's analysis. The growth option study doesn't identify sufficient alternative growth locations with strong links to Luton, either through physical proximity or high quality public transport accessibility, that would allow Luton's unmet housing needs to be met on land that is preferable in greenbelt terms to the east of Luton sites. Is the Council's analysis correct? And if not, how is it incorrect? So this question again is focusing on the growth options study and the understanding of that study. So I think that perhaps should go to, let me just see. Is he here? Well, I'll ask Mr. Smith's here, yeah. Should that, in the first instance, Mr. Smith, be a question for you, or should it be for Mr. Grantham?
I think it's for me in the first instance, because I think it's more about how the council has used the study going forward or interpreted the study going forward. But obviously, if Mr. Grantham wants to chip in, that's fine. Did you want me to take B and C together as we discussed earlier? Because I can cover both off, or I can split them out.
Yeah, okay, we'll take B and C together. So for everyone else's benefit, then C is again from the council's analysis. The growth option study identifies a total capacity of approximately 12,800 homes in locations that, partly at least, make a lesser contribution to the purposes of including land in the green belt. Is the council's analysis correct? And if not, in what way is it not right? So, okay, first of all, then, Mr. Smith, on B and C.
Yeah, certainly. First of all, it's just for a quick bit of context and just going back to the growth study as we looked at it this morning, just to refer again to paragraph 1.6 that Mr. Grantham pointed you towards, and in particular, the first sentence of that around the starting point for the study being to identify if the objectively assessed need for the Luton housing market area could be accommodated within the housing market area. And obviously that approach is in accordance with national policy. And the final two sentences of that same paragraph over the page, which again, as Mr. Grantham mentioned, talked about leaving an unmet need of 9,300 to be met within the HMA as close to Luton as possible, and also makes reference to a need for 23,300 dwellings on those figures arising from the Luton HMA outside of Luton Borough, but which incorporates Luton's unmet need, and possibly come back to that under D, because plainly there's an overlap in particularly in the central Bedfordshire part of the HMA, where obviously they're looking to address Luton's unmet needs, but also have their own needs to deal with within that area. And in our ED 173, which was the paper C that we put to you on the proposed east of Luton sites, again, in setting out the context, I won't go through it at length, but in paragraphs 14 to 20 of that paper, we again reiterate that shared view amongst the authorities, quoted at paragraph 16, that needs should be located as close to the boundary of Luton as possible. And also examples from elsewhere where similar principles have been followed.
Sorry, just bear with me a minute. Sorry, I heard some background talking there. Now, I can't see everyone on my screen. I hope that there isn't anyone who isn't a participant being shown on any camera anywhere. Right, okay. All seems to be well. My apologies, Mr. Smith. I didn't catch the last thing that you said.
I pointed you towards paragraph 16 of ED 173, which just reiterates the agreement between the housing market area authorities that unmet need from Luton should be located as close to the boundary as possible. And the subsequent paragraphs of 17 through 20, which give you some examples from elsewhere where similar principles have been followed. And the council's view again that the most appropriate sites to meet Luton's needs are those that can demonstrate proximity. So turning to the figures relevant to your question, again in ED 173 on page 10, first of all. And underneath.
My apologies. I can hear some background discussion going on, possibly in a room adjacent to a room that a participant is in. If that sounds like it might be your house or wherever you're located, please could I ask that we don't have any.
You want me to mute for a minute and see if that's me, and then, or if you can still hear chatter?
What do you think it might be, Mr. Smith?
Well, I can hear my other half on the phone next door, so she's doing her job as well, but I didn't think it would pick up.
It might be that your wife is the guilty culprit in this instance.
Would you like me to go and have a word?
It depends if you have that
authority,
Mr. Smith.
Yes, no, I can do that. It's next door.
Okay, well, look, we'll see how we go. But if it becomes an issue, I'll let you know, and I'll let you deal with it from there.
Thank you. I've lost my thread. No. Where were we? Paragraph 31 of ED 173. And underneath that, there's a table detailing the sites within, or the locations within the growth study, both physically contiguous with Luton and also with the broader Luton, Dunstable, Houghton, Regis area. And from the figures in the LUC study, we've broken that down. You can see in that table into areas outside the green belt, making a moderate contribution and a relatively strong contribution, because obviously in this context, both in the growth study and the council's evidence on Greenbelt, which we'll hear next week, we're saying that Luton the east of Luton sites makes a strong or significant contribution to Greenbelt purposes. So you'll see in that table that both rows have the same number for capacity outside the Greenbelt, moderate Greenbelt contribution, and relatively strong Greenbelt contribution.
Just to, yes, forgive me, just to draw out one point there. In the growth options study, the language used is, as you point out, moderate, relatively strong, and strong contribution.
Yes.
I.e., strong contribution being the greatest level of contribution.
Exactly.
That's different language to the language that you've used in your Greenbelt work, and particularly the review update.
Yes.
In the review update, you say that it makes the east of Luton sites make a significant contribution, but yeah, I think what you say is that that's directly comparable in that both studies, i.e. the growth option study and the review, your Greenbelt review update, reach the same conclusion, that it makes the strongest possible or most significant level of contribution, and so that they are as of one mind in that respect.
That's right, and we do say that in paragraph 27 of ED 173, that you're right, that in both instances it's the sort of highest possible rating that can be achieved. So
I just wanted
although the language is different.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw that out. I didn't want any sort of confusion around the sort of language, sort of taking this discussion forward.
Yeah. Okay, so returning back to that table under paragraph 31, so in locations effectively directly adjoining Luton or the urban area, if you sum those three columns of outside Greenbelt, moderate and relatively strong, the growth study identified, well, let's rephrase that. North Hertfordshire have calculated from the growth study that 2,920 homes might be provided in locations contiguous with that urban area with a lesser greenbelt contribution.
So could you run that figure past me again?
2,920. So that's the sum of the 200, the 1,400 and the 1,320.
With a lesser contribution.
Yes. And obviously that is some way short of the 9,300.
And are any of those locations that make a lesser contribution within North Hertfordshire?
No. If you refer to figure 2.2 of the growth study, you can see that the L22, which is the reference for the East of Luton sites, is the only area within North Hertfordshire that's in the study. So, having established that there's no preferable options located as close to Luton as possible, which is obviously the starting point of the agreement between the authorities, given the need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances and look at alternates, we cast the net slightly wider in paper C and also looked at alternate options with strong public transport links to that main conurbation. And we set out in ED 173 how we've defined that. And again, under paragraph 37, there's then a similar table summing our analysis of the possible capacity from those locations. And again, that's North Hertfordshire's calculations based on the capacities identified in the study and LUC's analysis of which sites fall into which category or which proportion of which sites fall into which category.
Okay.
Then there's one small error in the table, because where it says number of locations in the table, it says 11. It should actually be 12, which is what it says at the very top of that page in paragraph 36. It's 12 locations, all the figures are otherwise correct. And again, if you sum the total of the areas outside the greenbelt, moderate greenbelt, or relatively strong greenbelt, that comes to 6,846.
Sorry, bear with me. Yeah, my apologies. If you could run that point past me again. I missed the last point while I was writing.
Yeah. So again, similar to the exercise we just did with the other sites, if you sum the total of the possible capacity outside of the greenbelt, so that 200, moderate contribution, 1,400, and relatively strong contribution, 5,246, that gives you a total in potential locations with a lower greenbelt harm than East of Luton of 6,846. So again, lower than the unmet need. And therefore, in purely greenbelt terms, which is how your question is couched, again, even with that slightly wider view, there aren't demonstrably preferable opportunities in greenbelt terms to the east of Luton site. And then finally, and I think this goes to your question, C, if you look across the growth options study as a whole, this is derived from the table underneath paragraph 40, so at the top of page 12. And we've provided the sum in our statement at paragraph 9 because there is, again, a small error in here. There's a total capacity of 13,100 homes in locations with less than a strong greenbelt contribution.
So could you say that again and just point out the error to me?
In paragraph 40 of ED 173, it says we identified a total capacity of 12,800 homes, approximately. That's incorrect. It should have been 13,100. And that correction is made in our statement at paragraph 9.
Should say 13,100. Okay.
So across the growth study as a whole, that number does exceed the unmet need. But what we've said in relation to that, and I think I'll pause after this point because this goes to question D, is that obviously at that stage you're looking across the entirety of the housing market area, the significant majority of which is within central Bedfordshire. And obviously at that point, you can't wholly isolate the issue of unmet need from Luton from the question of how are central Bedfordshire going to address their own needs that arise within that same area. So we'd say on that point, that yes, although the number is higher than the unmet need at that stage, that shouldn't lead you to jump to the conclusion that there are automatically preferable sites in greenbelt terms, because you need to then take that wider view as to what is happening in central Bedfordshire. And I think, as I say, that goes to question D. So perhaps if I hold that point there, because you need to look at it in the round.
Yeah, okay. As you say, you are then looking at the entirety of the HMA,
yes,
and not locations that are either adjacent or as close as possible to Luton, or places where there are good public transport, high quality public transport accessible areas.
Exactly, yes. At that point, I think you need to take a slightly wider view of the factors rather than simply greenbelt.
Okay, so I understand the approach that the council has taken. Bear with me one moment. Okay. Ms. Cotier.
Thank you. This number, the previous number 12,800 and the other corrected number 13,100. I'm just thinking it seems to me to be a bit low if it's taken across the entirety of the whole housing market area, because as I already said in one of my statements, and I'm looking at the draft local plan for Central Beds now, it's already got permission for 23,000 homes. So it says we've already given planning permission for 23,000 homes to be built in central Bedfordshire, these are known as existing commitments. So obviously there will be a range within that 23,000. It just seems to me that if in central beds alone, which is only one out of 4 authorities for the whole area, that we've only derived a figure of 13,100 homes when we've looked for sites that have good transport links and are close enough or can be considered as viable alternatives. It just seems not to be large enough in ratio to their existing commitments. And the other thing I wanted to add was that if we're looking for other options for Luton's unmet need, as it's stated, that need to be, which I don't agree with, but that's everybody knows that by now. But if we just say that's what they're saying it is, they're looking for places that are as close as possible to Luton, but you don't get anywhere closer than Luton than actually in Luton. So if there's a site with good transport links within Luton and existing in Luton, then that should be port of call number one, compared to a place that is outside of Luton. And the second thing relating to what place is preferable for unmet need, the preferred best fit authority to meet Luton's unmet need is agreed to be already in both in Luton's adopted plan in the inspector's report, and also in Central Beds' own plan is Central Beds. So it wasn't, North Herts was never the preferred or best fit option for the overspill, if there is indeed any overspill. But if there is, that's not the first choice for them. It was Central Beds. And if we've already got commitment from them for 7,400 homes, that figure that we've been given seems to me to be rather low. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. I don't think that I've actually ever mentioned before where I live, which is Mangrove Green. I moved here in 1997, and although I am speaking for myself, I think it's worth saying that together with Carolyn Cottier, we formed a little subgroup to Adrian Hawkins' Save Our Greenbelt, and we've got 2 or 3 other people working with us on trying to fathom out this aspect. And I have to say that although there's a lot more other people in this area, although people don't necessarily send in responses because they're very busy, they're bringing up children, they've got jobs and so on and so forth, the concern in this area, certainly Cockenhoe and Mangrove Green, is very, very strong indeed about this development. So I think it's fair to say that I do represent their views. The second point I'd like to make is that everything that the Luton and NHDC and the developers say is predicated upon, and I call it the holy writ, that because it says in the Luton plan that the unmet need is 9,300 by virtue of the 8,500 that Luton says it will build at a minimum, is the actual phrasing. Those 3 little words seem to get missed, at a minimum. Because of that, this whole thing really does need to look at what the reality is of the situation that we face today in terms of Luton's actual housing build. We can come to that a little later. But I think, for your point of view, you are reviewing NHDC's plan now, and current information clearly shows that Luton's plan is meaningfully incorrect, and that must be taken into account. Now, in terms of the growth option study and the various sites and things, I think there are 2 aspects to this. Firstly, what sites were in the growth option study and whether these were properly assessed or not. And secondly, what sites were not in the growth option study that have now come to light. And I do appreciate that if it wasn't in the growth option study, it's a little unfair to mention this. But on the other hand, this has been covered by an HDC in their ED 173 document, which I shall refer to. The growth option study identified several other potential sites in the region that could help to provide houses for Luton's unmet need. But these seem to have been dismissed without much study in reality, which I think surely led to perhaps your concerns and obviously the two inspectors looking at the CBC plan to register their concerns on this matter. I'll take a few of them as an example. L27, described as Harpenden, but actually located around Thrales End alongside the A1081. It's only 5 minutes drive from Luton, regular bus services, a capacity for 669 dwellings through to 2031. It has a high classification for both deliverability and viability, although it has the same high Greenbelt classification as east of Luton, but it should have been further evaluated. There's L26, which is described as M1 Junction 10, relatively closely linked to Slip End. That has capacity for 900 houses through to 2031, with high deliverability and viability, crucially no Greenbelt impact. And I think the councillor from Luton who made the mention of the other side of the motorway this morning about the Newlands Park development that may now have to include housing as well as it was planned as a retail development is perhaps significant, although I just looked at it online a little while ago and that has not been brought forward yet because of the current concerns over COVID financing and so on and so forth. But certainly the idea that it's totally all retail in the way that retail now has been decimated, not just by COVID, but was on the cards, the way things are changing, I think means that a mixed development there with potential housing is certainly a very great interest, and that is within Luton, of course. A further site, L23, which is Butterfield South, for 330 dwellings.
My apologies, Mr. Dorman. Which number?
Sorry, 23.
L23, thank you.
Yes, but Butterfield South, 330 dwellings. It has the same deliverability and viability and the same Greenbelt impact as the east of Luton sites. But interestingly, the figure 2.2 of the growth options study clearly shows L23 as being within the Luton boundary. So theoretically, I think this should be included in the Luton allocation, which means that Luton's own dwelling capacity of a minimum of 8,500 should at the very least be raised to 8,830, bringing the unmet need down further. Nearby there is L21, which is Butterfield North. That's 900 dwellings adjacent to Luton, close to the Butterfield Business Park development, could be well placed to contribute to the final bypassing of Luton from the A6 to the A505. L25 Caddington Northwest, capacity for 368 dwellings, had a low Greenbelt impact, but was described as having medium deliverability. Nevertheless, was it evaluated? I don't think it was. We should also remember site L24, West Luton.
If you just bear
sorry.
L24.
L24, yes, West Luton. Capacity for 1,500 dwellings, and I think it might have been one of your statements earlier indicated that west of Luton didn't seem to have been examined properly. It's got scope for more housing as well. It was described as the most accessible growth location, particularly in terms of local transport, a lower Greenbelt rating than EOL. So why wasn't that taken forward? And then I have to include this, L31, which is Edlesbury in Aylesbury Vale.
If you just bear with me. L31.
L31, Aylesbury Vale. It has a capacity for 4,360 with 1,200 projected for delivery by 2031. It's on a reasonably good road linking into Dunstable and the Dunstable-Houghton Regis conurbation, not in the Greenbelt. It was not progressed any further because Aylesbury Vale declined to put the site forward under the duty to cooperate. I have to contrast that attitude with that of NHDC, which has been, frankly, positively gushing in its desire to offer to build the 2,100 houses to the east of Luton. But then, what was not in the growth option study? Firstly, the North Houghton Regis site was not included in the growth option study. This was an amendment to the Central Beds local plan of August 2019 and referenced as Exam 41. It was updated on the Central Beds website on the 21st of November 2019. The NHDC response in ED 173 to your questions about the growth option study, dated the 29th of November 2019, does not include any reference to the North Houghton Regis site, despite the fact that it was first included as an amendment to the Central Beds local plan 3 months earlier. Central Beds Exam 41 notified NHDC of its proposed site allocations to meet its proportion of Luton's unmet needs sometime in November 2019. And the list it provided included North Houghton Regis. It was known then as SA5. It seems that NHDC has ignored this information, and this site can produce 4,818 houses deliverable through to 2031, according to that information at the time. And there's another Central Beds strategic site, SA1, described as North Luton, and with a capacity.
Just bear with me a moment. When you say SA1, Mr. Dorman, where's that reference from? What's that in relation?
That's the reference in Exam 41 from Central Beds. And I believe it is still referred to by Central Beds as SA1. Yes, it is, because the Central Beds document that came up recently, as ED 207, I think, it was posted on the examination page in the last day or so, still includes SA1 north of Luton. So that's forecast to deliver 2,100 homes deliverable by 2031.
My apologies once again, Mr. Dorman. Rather irritatingly, I have some background noise occurring here in Temple Key House, which if it gets much worse, I'm going to see if I can do something about it, although I have no idea where it's coming from in this large building. So I'm sorry if I have to ask you to repeat things from time to time. That's part of the reason. So look, my apologies for that. I didn't pick up on the last bit that you said.
Thank you. No problem. Yes, SA1. It's still included in the latest Central Beds allocations to meet Luton's unmet needs.
And it was a capacity figure, I think.
Yes, 2,100 forecast deliverable by 2031. So as with SA5, the North Houghton Regis site, both SA1 and SA5 was included in the information that Central Beds passed to North Herts District Council. But SA1 was included in their analysis, whereas SA5 wasn't. So we have to ask that question. So those two key areas in central Bedfordshire are capable of delivering 6,918 dwellings by 2031. If I spend a moment now,
if you bear with
looking
me,
at
my apologies, Mr. Dorman.
No problem.
I'm just checking my note, and I haven't noted the capacity figure that I think you gave me for SA5.
SA5 was, I've got to find it now.
Forgive me.
SA5, Northampton Regis, is 4,818 houses.
Sorry,
through to 4818.
4818 to
4818, yeah.
To
through to 2031.
Thank you.
Okay. I think looking at ED 173 and some of the reasons that NHDC gives in its response to you, the impression I get is that every argument that NHDC puts forward in this section of its response can be robustly challenged. And rather than going through them all, I'll just quote a few. From trying to equate the area around Cockenhoe with its single track passing roads to the trunk road transport corridors, it quotes in a case from Oxfordshire. From the fact that it argues that the land around Cockenhoe would be regarded as a seamless extension to Luton, conveniently ignoring the very rural village atmosphere of this area, which we seek to protect. Another point is that it makes the telling point, I think, that Luton, Houghton Regis and Dunstable make up a continuous conurbation without using that fact to suggest that that area is far better suited to further development than the villages to the east of Luton, let alone, as Carolyn Cottier has pointed out, from what is also coming from within Luton town itself. NHDC states that any land allocated for the purpose of meeting Luton's unmet needs has to be very close to Luton itself. But I contend that that stance cannot be justified if the land in question is making a significant contribution to the purposes of the Greenbelt and provides a clear separation of the countryside from the urban conurbation of Luton. If the land were to be built on in the way proposed, it would in effect cease to be part of NHDC, but become a dormitory of Luton. And I contend there are sites available in central beds that are close to Luton and without the strong Greenbelt contribution that is evident around Cockenhoe. I looked through all the various points made by NHDC in its ED 173. And I think the first point I have to make is that any arguments they put forward are rendered totally invalid because they've not bothered to study and take note of Luton's own house building programme, as we covered in Matter 22. Luton is on course to build at least 13,000 dwellings by 2031 and quite conceivably more.
My apologies. Could you say that number again?
Yep, 13,000. I did an analysis using the Luton Schla. I looked at all the houses built to date, those that are currently under construction, those that are earmarked for development on the sites. I listened or read what Luton is doing in terms of conversions of offices. and took a reasonable judgment on that. They are restoring something like 20 empty properties a year, properties that have been unused for about 6 months. And I made a calculation on that, and I came to 13,002. And I note very interestingly that the White Peak planning paper that we referred to in one of the previous matters, they've come to 13,032, which is uncannily close. But furthermore, Carolyn Cottier has been looking, as you know, at all the Department of CLG documentation. And I think her co-worker Barry Brown has looked at the Luton planning portal in detail. And both those seem to suggest that the actual house building is going to be somewhere in the region of 16,000 probably. So the Luton build of 8,500 is manifestly way underneath what reality is going to be. So NHDC does not take that into account. And I think also in ED 173, there seems to be confusion or trying to mislead the reader by changing the allocation of sites offered by Central Beds, because what they have done is failed to look at, Central Beds gave them a list, and the NHDC analysis analyzes some of those, but not the two I mentioned, SA1 and SA5, but they do analyze previous housing lists put forward by Central Beds. In other words, they haven't caught up with what Central Beds was offering. And so the analysis in ED 173, I would submit, is flawed. Furthermore, I'm not aware that these mistakes have been acknowledged or rectified since. And the dubious conclusions that have been referenced by White Peak Planning on behalf of Bloor Homes in its Matter 22 statement. So it's become embedded into the thinking, if you like, and it needs to be challenged. In exam 41, yes, I can go into a little bit more detail here. In its exam 41, CBC Appendix 3 of November 2019, it documented at the time 13 strategic sites to meet its proportion of the 7,350 houses for Luton. Of these, they then subsequently withdrew 3 of them. I can give you those numbers if you want. It's HAS 04, HAS 09, and HAS 20. That was at the request of the CBC inspectors. The remaining 10 sites at the time gave housing allocations of between 8,005 and 8,028, giving a buffer over the 7,350 earmarked for Luton. In para 46 of the NHDC document, the options for addressing Luton's unmet need on the face of the growth study, it lists, sorry?
You say para 43?
Para 46, sorry, 46. It lists 11 locations, which it says it has identified in Central Beds submission plan that makes use of either the whole or part of potential growth allocations identified in the growth study. Of these 11, 5 of them do not appear in the Central Beds list in exam 41. That was part of the paperwork submitted to the inspector yourself by NHDC. Conversely, of the 10 nominated sites documented by Central Beds, 5 of them do not appear in the NHDC listing. So what we have is that NHDC has contrived to invent from somewhere 5 locations not put forward by Central Beds and ignore 5 sites that do appear in the listing, which includes the major North Houghton Regis site with its proposed 4818 houses. That's particularly important because North Houghton Regis is now currently under development across 2 sites there, HRN1 and HRN2. 251 dwellings have been completed so far. 275 are under construction. So 526 will be completed by the end of this year. Reserve matters have been approved on an overall total of 2,308 dwellings, with reserve matters not yet started, totaling 1782. And there are 7 different builders engaged on these sites. So my conclusion, the growth option study did not include North Houghton Regis at the time, but North Herts has referenced that, but has failed to take account of that in its study in ED 173. By refusing resolutely to study the track record within Luton of a house building programme, I mean, surely this would be a prerequisite for any local authority seeking it may have to contribute to an unmet need arising from its neighbour, especially if the land it was proposing for its contribution is assessed as having the strongest greenbelt protection. And particularly when the land available in Luton, which we have analysed and which we show is accurate, is on brownfield sites. The realistic unmet need from within Luton, if you take all the various figures extrapolated from 13,000 or 16,000, comes to anywhere between 4,800 to as low as 1,800 on the current local plan OAN in Luton of 17,800. If you go to the ORS calculated OAN, which we looked at the other day, of 16,700, the unmet need comes down to either 3,700 or only 700. In any of those cases, Central Beds is, as the first port of call, as Caroline Cottier mentioned, the Luton inspector made 5 separate references in his local plan report to the effect that Central Bedfordshire, by virtue of better linkage, better transport links, there's the M1, there's the railway, there's the guided busway. The guided busway, by the way, is going into North Houghton Regis, would cover those sites or the unmet need from Luton much more easily, and certainly should be the first port of call rather than the east of Luton sites. In fact, if you want to look at it with those revised figures I've just said, North Houghton Regis sites alone will cover the unmet need from Luton in its entirety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dorman. Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, sir. Can I just make a few clarifications really in terms of our position, our client's position at this examination? I just wanted to make it clear that the West of Luton promoters do not object to the allocation of the East of Luton sites. Our only concern, sir, is to be able to demonstrate that the West of Luton site is in fact a reasonable alternative worthy of further consideration. Clearly, that consideration won't be through this examination, but through the Central Beds examination. And obviously, we're due to be back there again on the 8th of December. So having made that clear, sir, I think I'd also like to just simply say that sorry, just checking my notes, sir. Yeah, I think in North Herts, in their paper ED 173, they have in fact sought to undermine the west of Luton as a reasonable alternative, which is obviously the reason why we're concerned with that paper and the analysis that it contains. We do feel as though the council have misrepresented the west of Luton site in the analysis that they've undertaken, and I will go into a bit more detail on that in a moment. But I think it's very important, sir, that in considering reasonable alternatives, you know, I feel as though there's been a misinterpretation of what that really means. We're not saying, sir, that it's west of Luton or east of Luton or north of Luton for that matter. We're firmly of the view, sir, that given the unmet needs of Luton being so large, that I think clearly there's going to have to be a combination of sites brought forward in order to meet that need. And certainly, sir, I could see a scenario whereby the east of Luton and the west of Luton sites are best placed to be able to deliver on that need. There are, sir, some issues with the north of Luton site, which the inspectors examining the central beds plan have identified, which you may or may not be aware of. And obviously this is the reason why the examinations are being reconvened to consider new evidence in response to those concerns. So we hold judgment on whether the north of Luton site will in fact make a contribution to Luton's unmet needs until that evidence has been properly considered. So that's really the basis on which, you know, I come to this examination, not as an object to the east of Luton site. So moving on to your question B and C, there are elements of the analysis which North Herts have carried out in ED 173, which we have no issues with at all. But bearing in mind that, you know, this local plan has been examined under the 2012 NPPF, and thinking carefully about the proportionate evidence base that's required to be considered by the local authority, para 158 is clearly relevant. And I'll just remind you and other participants what that says. Each local planning authority should ensure that the local plan is based on adequate, up-to-date and relevant evidence. And I think this is where, sir, I sort of slightly depart from some of the analysis which North Herts have produced in their ED 173. For instance, the growth option study identifies broad growth location and site capacities in various tables within the document. And I'm just looking at table 4.5, where you can get that reference from, sir. But there's numerous other tables which will put the capacities of the various 31 growth locations together. In relation to the north of Luton site, which is L20, the capacity relied upon in the study up to 2031 is 2,000 homes. Bearing in mind the study was done in November 16, that clearly predated the publication of the submitted draft Central Beds local plan, which allocated in that submitted plan 4,000 homes, 3,100 of which would be within the plan period to 31, the remainder afterwards.
My apologies. So I think the point there is that L20 is shown with one capacity in the growth option study being 2,000, but in fact that's a site within Central Beds plan as an allocation for more houses than that. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes. Yeah.
Could you run that?
Bearing in mind that at the point of time when ED 173 was prepared, that was the evidence which was available to the council to take into account. I mean, I only raise these matters because I think it's such a significant point the council are making in terms of justification for the east of Luton, that I think it's correct that they should be relying on the most up-to-date evidence. If I could just complete this, east of Luton in the growth option study, L22, is identified up to 2031 for 2,100 homes, which is bang on. That's exactly what's in the submitted draft North Herts plan, not surprisingly, because the North Herts plan was available at the time the growth option study was being prepared. So it took into account the most up-to-date evidence. And then finally, the site that I represent, west of Luton, that's L24 in the growth option study, 1,500 homes up to 2031. Now, I don't recognise that figure, sir, and I've been promoting the west of Luton site since 2008 through the joint core strategy. Sorry, sir.
For the purpose of my note taking, could you just bear with me a moment?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I'll slow down a bit, sir, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So, sir, I don't recognise that figure of 1,500 homes. And as I said, I've been promoting the site since 2008. Firstly, through the joint core strategy, which Central Beds and, well, it was South Beds originally, and Luton Borough were preparing, but then that had to be withdrawn. Then secondly, through the development strategy Central Beds then produced, which then had to be withdrawn. And obviously now through the Central Beds submitted local plan for the third time. So my regulation 19 representations on the Central Beds plan as now currently before the examination, their examination, which was clearly available to the council, it's publicly available information, promotes 3,500 homes on the northern part of the west of Luton allocation as an allocation to be included within the plan, and then also promotes a balance of 1,100 homes to the southern part of the proposed allocation as safeguarded to be removed from the green belt and brought forward through a review of the plan. Obviously making a total capacity potentially of 4,600 homes. So that's my first point really, sir. Is the council's analysis really based upon the most up-to-date evidence in order to inform this very important judgment which you've raised in relation to the east of Luton site? So I've got another point on Greenbelt. Would you like me to hold that until you come on to that in more detail, or how would you like to deal with that?
Yes, it kind of depends what it is, really. Let's try and see if it fits.
Okay. Well, as your question, sir, clearly brings it back correctly around to. I think you say, sorry, use the word preferable in Greenbelt terms. Other locations being preferable in Greenbelt terms to the east of Luton site. I think that's what your word says. I think it's been, again, a misrepresentation of the west of Luton site in concluding that in Greenbelt terms, this is not a preferable site. But again, I caveat that with the overarching view that you will probably need east and west in order to meet a huge contribution towards Luton's unmet needs. But the growth option study, again, is very helpful in relation to the work that it's undertaken. And I refer you to figure 3.3 of the study, which sets out the overall contribution of parcels to the Greenbelt. And you can see at a glance, if you look at that figure, sir, that...
which page that's on?
Yeah, sorry, sir. It is not numbered. That's interesting.
It's page 27.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, have you got that to hand, sir?
Bear with me a moment. I will have it to hand. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight for your benefits. And sorry, if you could have available table 3.3 as well, which obviously provides you with a bit more information about the overall contribution to Greenbelt purposes.
I can't have two parts.
Oh, you can't have two together. Sorry.
I'm using my computer screen rather than.
Okay, let me start with figure 3.3 then, if you've got that to hand.
I do.
Yeah. So you can, and obviously you're looking at it in colour, sir. Obviously it's on your screen. Yeah. So you can see the colours that have been identified from weak, being a very sort of pale, almost yellowy green, to very dark green being strong contribution. And although there's a lot of information on this plan, sir, hopefully you'll be able to pick out quite clearly the differences between, let's say, North Luton, which is dark green, East Luton being the same, sir, and then West Luton being the lighter green, basically down as relatively strong contribution. Yeah. So that visually shows you there's quite a significant difference in terms of Greenbelt contribution between the three locations for growth. Just drilling down a bit further with reference to table 3.3.
So will you bear with me a moment, please?
Page 26 there, I think.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm zooming in. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, did you say you've got the tables there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Bottom of page 26, you'll find the North Luton parcels, and you can see it's been defined as 3 parcels now, a bit more information. And each parcel has been assessed against the 5 contributions to Greenbelt purposes, with the last but one column recording the overall contribution consistent with the figure 3.3 we've just looked at, strong. But looking at the individual parcels, you can see obviously there's been a variation within the overall parcels. But adding them together, the overall contribution works out at 90%. So 90% of the North Luton site contributes to the purposes, the Greenbelt purposes. Then turning over the page there to page 27.
So if you bear with me. Yep.
You'll find at L22, East Luton, again broken into 2 Greenbelt study parcels and assessed. Both parcels have been assessed as strong in terms of the overall assessment, and adding the 2 percentages together, you get 99% of the site makes an overall contribution to Greenbelt purposes. And then finally, sir, west of Luton site, the site I represent, L24, again broken into 3 parcels for the assessment purposes. And we see in terms of overall terms, we've got first parcel L6 is relatively strong, C1 relatively strong, and SE2 moderate. And when you take the percentages together, sir, in terms of overall contribution, it works out at 88%. And I think, sir, this is why I say that we are, and we continue to be, a reasonable alternative for meeting Luton's unmet needs. Thank you. I can leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you, sir. I think I can be relatively brief here because many of the things I wanted to say have already been said. I think certainly the reference to the characteristics of the area have been important. Across the district of North Hertfordshire, you've got three sort of areas of urban focus, which are Hitchin, Letchworth and Baldock, and they have a relationship more with to the north with Alsey and Stopfold and Biggleswade. There is a strangely tenuous relationship, it seems to me, between Hitchin and Luton. And Mr. Doran pointed out the fact that Luton and Dunstable and Halton Regis do act together as one sort of conurbation. I think that was the basis on which, before local government reorganisation, that you had a joint core strategy emerging between Luton Borough and South Bedfordshire, which is now, of course, in Central Bedfordshire. So I think it is important to recognise that that those needs need to be looked at in the context, not just of Luton Borough, but of the conurbation as a whole. Mr. Smith looked at the growth option study, and he did a very good job there, because he did refer to the fact that many of the areas were strongly constrained by greenbelt. He also recognised that many of the areas were not well connected with public transport. So we do have here that the east of Luton sites are very strongly significant in terms of greenbelt, but they're also not well connected in public transport. So he did a very good job for us there. And he referred to this as not being simply greenbelt. It's not simply greenbelt, sir. We go back to paragraph 14 of the NPPF 2012, and footnote 9 says that the most important strategic constraints are going to be greenbelt. They're going to be areas of outstanding natural beauty. And of course, this as yet, this area is not in the Children's AONB, but of course, as you know, the Children's Conservation Board is proposing to extend the AONB in a southerly direction. Only this week, we have had DEFRA saying that to deliver some of the Prime Minister's promises of having more areas of outstanding natural beauty and national parks, extending I think some of our AONBs, and the Prime Minister himself pledging to protect greenbelt. So if you go back to the white paper and the areas of protection, which hopefully, like, is too simplistic for me, this, but if that concept does come forward, then obviously this area is one of the areas that needs to be protected, because it could be AONB. It's a very important tract of countryside, and also it makes a significant contribution to the green belt. We've made some comments on alternatives in our statement, sir, and Mr. Doran has gone further than that in looking at some of the sites west of Luton. You've heard from Mr. Board just now. We did comment on L24. With due deference to our colleagues in CPRE Bedfordshire, we do recognise that L24 is in the green belt, but nevertheless, I think it's clear it's one of many key allocations, but many key sites which could be considered as we go forward. But the key piece of evidence that you've seen coming forward, both in matter 21 and yesterday in matter 22, and again today, is that Luton's unmet need has substantially been met. And I mean, gold medal to Luton Borough Council, I guess. They've done it. But of course, as we've heard yesterday, it's the wrong kind of development, isn't it? It's too many small units. But I think substantially they've done it, and we have now to move on and look at the Central Bedfordshire examination and of course the review of Luton Borough's own plan. So I think you've got a substantial body of evidence before you now, so it's building up, which suggests to me that the east of Luton sites are unsustainable. They make a significant contribution to Greenbelt, and therefore this plan is unsound. Those sites should be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Brindley.
Thank you, sir. I feel I must return to the duty to cooperate, because the sites east of Luton were not included in the early draft of the North Herts plan, and they weren't included until Central Beds threatened to object to the North Herts plan if they were not included. Now, this risked the entire plan being found unsound, and in effect it blackmailed me, or if you prefer, gave me Hobson's choice, and North Herts members into including the sites. Now, Central Beds has indicated in its submission that it will include sites west of Luton in a future plan, and also that an early plan review is proposed. So the question I therefore pose is, could North Herts remove the east of Luton sites and still be found sound on the basis that sites in Central Beds west of Luton could be included by the time that any unmet need materialises? Now, it appears that these sites are not required at this time, and if required in the future, these sites, this east of Luton sites, could be considered in the early plan review of North Herts. I am minded to reiterate the well-used but still apposite phrase, when it's gone, it's gone. Thank you.
Yes, I don't know if anybody else heard that, but there was a very brief musical interlude that appears to have stopped now. So good. Just to be clear, Mr. Brindley, just on the process, this was raised yesterday as well, in fact, but just so that everyone's clear, the council can't at this stage of itself make changes to the plan. Any changes can only come about through recommendations by me. The council, if it so wished, could of course suggest to me a main modification to remove the sites, but ultimately, you know, the decision on that rests with me.
If I so, the question I was posing was to you.
As on many things, you'll find out what I think in due course once I've heard all of the evidence. Mr. Bedford.
Thank you, sir. So I just want to make three linked points which tie together the evidence base, the duty to cooperate, and the issue of deliverability. Deliverability not in its normal house building sense, but deliverability in a wider sense of what one planning authority can expect to happen in relation to things happening in another planning authority's area. And the way that the points link together in terms of the way that I suggest that you can look at it is, first of all, in terms of evidence base, you can be satisfied, we say, that all of the potential sites on the periphery of Luton that could be considered irrespective of local government boundaries as being capable of meeting Luton's unmet needs were considered as part of the growth options study. And that does include Houghton Regis North, which was recognised as a commitment in that study, see figure 2.2.
Bear with me. Sorry, Mr. Bedford. Okay, so the point there being that North Houghton Regis is considered in the growth option study.
Yeah, figure 2.2 identifies it. There's a difference, obviously, between a site that's recognised as a commitment, which is in a different status to a site which is a potential proposed allocation. And obviously, I don't need to labour that point, but it was recognised in the growth option study. It's not a new site or a site that has had no regard to it. Secondly, the Luton inspector had the growth option study as part of his evidence base. And I know we are not supposed today to be rehearsing all of the evidence that you've heard over the last couple of days on the housing numbers and the scale of the unmet need. And obviously I've already made our case clear on that, but he had the growth option study, the sites that were considered in it, as part of his evidence base, and that led to his conclusion about the 9,300 as the unmet need, again on a non-local authority administrative boundary basis. That growth option study was then used by the three local planning authorities, indeed four to an extent, because Aylesbury Vale are part of the picture, although directly in the context of Luton's needs and meeting them as close as possible to Luton, very much a secondary part of that picture. But the three local authorities, Luton, Central Beds and North Herts, utilising that evidence base, which was clearly proportionate for their purposes, used that evidence base in their duty to cooperate deliberations to reach the conclusions as to how they should seek to accommodate Luton's unmet needs. And that is, of course, precisely the purpose, or a key purpose, of the duty to cooperate, as recognised in paragraph 179 of the MPPF 2012 version. And it has produced a positive outcome in terms of the recognition by North Herts that it should be looking to accommodate the 1950 of the unmet needs. Now, so when you're then coming to look at this issue about whether there are preferable site choices to the east of Luton site by reason of the analysis in the growth option study, you should, we say, be very slow indeed to come to any conclusion that effectively would set the outcome of the duty to cooperate process aside or would undermine the consequences that flow from it. Because although it is absolutely the case that the duty to cooperate is one legal test that applies to a local plan examination, and soundness is a different legal test, and I absolutely accept that as a matter of law they are two different matters, they are intensely, in this context, interrelated. And in my submission, you cannot form a sensible planning judgment in relation to the soundness matters without having regard to what has gone before in relation to the duty to cooperate work and what has flowed out of that. I don't say that the duty to cooperate, as it were, is the end of the point and that soundness can't consider the same issues, but I do say that you should be very slow to come to any conclusion on soundness which effectively undermines the conclusions that have been reached in the duty to cooperate work. Then the final, in a sense, part of the jigsaw, where I said it comes down to deliverability, is it's axiomatic that this local plan cannot make provision outside of its plan area for anything. And it's in that context that we then come to consider, well, there is this debate about could or should central beds do more. And without trying to oversimplify it, and I know that there are in a sense, strong feelings that have been expressed in the virtual room by various people, but there is a little bit of a flavour of whatever the solution is, it's not here. It's somewhere else that will provide the solution. And I think you should be wary of that, and you should be wary of it for a very obvious reason: deliverability. There are sites in central Bedfordshire which are being proposed by that plan making authority to meet the agreed central bed share of Luton's unmet needs. That is an ongoing process, and it's fair to say that we are not entirely on the same page with central Bedfordshire, that's we, Luton as a council, on entirely how that is being done. And so I think it's clear from the material that you've already got that we are making representations in that process to suggest that central Bedfordshire, to meet the share it has already agreed to meet, needs to identify additional sites. And we have put forward arguments similar to some of those that Mr. Boyd has referred to in favour of the merits of west of Luton. But we're doing that on the basis that's additional to and required as well as north of Luton, and indeed is required in addition to and as well as east of Luton. So again, we're not saying that they are alternatives. They are all needed to ensure that the unmet needs are adequately provided for. But it's also the case, sir, that at the moment, as is I think already set out in North Hertfordshire's paper to you on this topic, central Bedfordshire has not been persuaded of the merits of west of Luton. And absent that inspector bringing forward a main modification to require that site to come forward, it's not achievable in this round of plan making. And so in a sense, whatever the position might be, if one were to set aside the duty to cooperate work and if one were to start completely from scratch, the reality in this round of plan making is that there is not a realistic alternative which is preferable to the east of Luton site. And so far as anything that happens in the central Bedfordshire area We know what is proposed. What is proposed is either sufficient to meet the central bed's share, or as we happen to think, it's actually insufficient even to do that, and they need to do more on that score. But it's certainly not a realistic proposition to say that because of what's happening in central Bedfordshire, there is no need for east of Luton as part of meeting the unmet needs. So I say, coming back to the 3 points, if you look at the evidence base, which is proportionate and has informed the plan, you look at the work that went into the duty to cooperate between the 3 districts, and you look at the issue of what's actually deliverable and deliverable through this plan and this round of plan making, the east of Luton site has to remain as a preferred choice in order to ensure that the unmet needs are met. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just to quickly pick up on a point that Mr. Bedford just made, that strong feelings have been expressed in this virtual room. I'd like to say that it's not so much strong feelings, it's strong arguments and strong data. And I'm wondering how he's managed to add 2 figures together and come up with a different number that I would come up with if I added them together. He said that the inspector has given the unmet need figure as 9,300, which means that but I would say the inspector has also given the capacity as 9,322 in policy 4.5 of the adopted local plan. And if I add those 2 figures together, I come up with 18,622 using a basic addition. So I'm not sure how we can say that this all ties together and is all neatly tied up in a box. And I don't find that the information gave earlier about the interactions between this was not relating to Mr. Bedford, by the way. This was something that Nigel Smith replied to me earlier on, talking about the conversation or the representation that London Luton Airport Operations that the views that they had expressed to the council about the east of Luton site were summarised by him, and I looked at them, and there is so much more that they said on that. But I'm just going to read something about the east of Luton site and the local plan and the remarks that came from this recently. So I'm going to read this. So it says that...
My apologies, Ms. Cottier. I didn't hear where you said you were about to read from.
Okay, I'm going to read a statement that is about the policy provisions in North Hert's local plan regarding Century Park, Wigmore Valley Park, and the emerging local plan and its relationship to the east of Luton housing sites.
Whose statement is this?
This is David Levitt, Councillor David Levitt, and it's CC'd to Louise Symes, and it was sent to Councillor Malcolm at Luton Borough Council on the 30th of August 2018, so over a couple of years ago now. So this is one thing he says. So so in terms of the North Hertfordshire local plan, the relevant land within the district is presently designated as Greenbelt under the saved policies of the district plan second review with alterations, and is proposed to be retained as Greenbelt within the emerging North Hertfordshire local plan 2011 to 2031. No policy provisions are made within the current or the emerging local plan to address or otherwise facilitate the potential future expansion of Luton Airport. The policies defer the consideration of the principle of development within the Greenbelt to national policy, as we now set out in the revised National Planning Policy Framework. It would be for Luton London Airport to demonstrate the likely impacts of the proposal on the Greenbelt and how it would seek to address the harms. And the paragraph, that's on page 2 of their response, but the paragraph that just came before that, it says that about policies in the Luton local plan. It says that there are a number of policies within the adopted Luton local plan where an expansion of the airport could broadly accord with policy subject to satisfactory long-term mitigation arrangements, and others that would be contrary to policy insofar as they relate to employment, transport and environmental impacts. This is particularly relevant in relation to Century Park and Wigmore Valley Park. So this is saying that at the moment there are no policy provisions really to address these issues, and this is also spoken about in detail throughout the whole letter. There are many points raised that relate to the area as a whole, and there are points raised about the effect upon the Greenbelt, and there are requests being made to address traffic noise and air quality impact issues, as well as landscape character and visual amenity within the district. So he's requested that this proposed development, so he says the proposed development within North Hertfordshire, when he says the proposed development within North Hertfordshire, he's talking about the phase 1 and 2 of the environmental impact assessment application that they passed 2 years ago, not the Century Park smaller one within it. He's talking about the earthworks. So that have to take place before the roads can be laid across the park. But he says the proposed development within North Hertfordshire comprises earthworks, part of a large car park, the significant majority of a relocated Wigmore Valley Park, and a potential link road bisecting the two. The large-scale nature of the development is likely to have a significant adverse effect upon landscape character and visual amenity within the district, as well as significant traffic, noise, and air quality impact issues. So these are just some of the concerns. The letter is 7 pages and there are many concerns. So this is very important to, I think, see what the, I suppose, read really, it should be referred to. It was their 2-year-old response to the land I mentioned earlier that is slightly overlapping onto the corner. Well, yeah, I'd say because the EL1 and 2 sites are quite large. It's adjacent to the easterly boundary, but it also falls over onto it, which I'm going to provide a map to show what I say is correct. And it also he was also speaking about the problem of relocating the park and the impact it's going to have on the AONB as the boundaries as the setting currently stands. He hasn't mentioned the expansion of the OMB up to the boundary of Luton or anything like that. He's just said the current one. And yeah, he says the proposed park lays in proximity to a site allocated for housing on the eastern edge of Luton, within the North Hertfordshire local plan proposed submission version. How the park relates to the new housing layout and benefits the new communities is a key consideration. Your consultants have stated that the park will be of regional significance, but no evidence has been provided to show how this view has changed over time. As such, the impact of visitors upon the surrounding roads and villages must be fully considered and justified. The park cannot solely rely upon Luton as its access point, as in reality, this will simply not be the case. And the access point that they have, alternatively to that, is the very, to this development to which he's referring, is the very same access point that you would have to take in order to get into the east of Luton sites. So in this case, he's saying that the surrounding roads and villages have to be fully considered and justified, and the park can't rely upon Luton as its access point. He's saying that the roads from the backside leading in from North Herts will be used as an access point as well. And the fact that these roads are already going to be the access point for a residential development, if as it's proposed at the moment, would have to be looked at, because the road, there's one road that's an access point on their side, and the width of it is far less than the width of two cars side by side. In other words, you cannot get two cars alongside one another on that road. So the road itself needs to be looked at, measured. Well, I don't think you really need to measure it to know that on a country lane you can't get two cars. You have to stop, go into the little cutout thing at the side, and then the car's allowed to go by, and you have to wait for it. And if this is the access point into both the Century Park and the park, the new park, and the housing site, I'm wondering how's that going to work. And finally, the letter's quite long, and obviously I can't sit here and read the whole thing. I would just say have a look at it, please, if you can get a hold of a copy. It's better than me just reading through it. I've picked out some of the main things. He also talks about his concerns regarding air pollution, lack of transport studies, this type of and Greenbelt. He talks about Greenbelt a lot in it. And then regarding the London Luton Airport operations limited response to North Hertfordshire, that's available as a document, Matters 10, east of Luton. The reference, I think this is actually on the North Herts examination library under reference 15694, Matters 10. But their response is very clear that they are concerned about the effect of this development on the scope of the airport expansion, and that the two are incompatible. And they have been consulted there on the 6th of February 2015 and the 30th of November 2016. That was at the regulation 1819 consultations. So they've responded, even though we haven't seen them since. I think that might be because they had said in their representation they needed to have more detailed information to provide their assessments. But they started to begin that this is what they said about this plan that we're looking at now. It says, Lau therefore remains concerned that the local plan in its current form has the potential to unnecessarily restrict the airport's future sustainable growth to the significant detriment of the local, regional and national economy. Lau considers this to be contrary to national policy, and as a result, it is considered that the plan in its current form is unsound. And consequently, Lau wishes to continue to outline its concerns through the public examination process. But in order to do that, it requested that further information be provided, and it made a kind of a complaint in paragraph 2.3 of its response under its section duty to cooperate. It felt that the duty to cooperate was not enough. Lau has repeatedly sought to engage with the local planning authority during the preparation of the local plan, especially through representations to the local plan regulation 18 and 19 consultations. It is therefore disappointing that the plan continues to downplay the significance of the airport and the potential impact to its operations caused by a number of the site allocations. LLA is a significant contributor to the local, national and regional economies, and as such, Lau considers that it should be considered an important body to work collaboratively with. But yet we arrive today still with no safeguarding maps, or as Councillor David Levitt has said in his own representation, no policies in their local plan to address any of this. So I think there's a disconnect that needs to be linked up once more, and the sites that we have just spent most of the morning discussing, the alternatives, this issue of all that is going on in east of Luton needs to be brought into the mix and also included in the assessments when we're comparing our options, because at the moment it hasn't been considered. As some of the as the other site allocations, they don't have this development going on adjacent to them or on top of them. So this is a concern. It's incompatible when taken as a whole, and there are delivery issues too, because as Councillor David Levitt said in his letter, there are earthworks, and there is a huge quantity of soil that is going to have to be transported, and there is something like 400 heavy goods vehicle movements per day going to be required for about 2 years in order to remove all this soil and place it to form the basis for these roads and car parks. So that's all got to go on this same tiny little road system. So I'm not sure how they're going to get the cranes and the diggers, as well as all the cranes and the diggers for the housing site, all on this same road network, not to mention the dust and the distress to the residents. And that's as they all line up one next to the other with no gaps in between. I think we can safely say that the purposes of the green belt are completely not going to be there at all. There's no spaces in between any of them. It's literally development, 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 and it's all on Greenbelt site, on Green Park space, and it makes a solid wall. So there is no openness remaining. And the development is missing. I don't understand how that could have even happened, but it has, amazingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith, do you want me to hear from Mr. Dorman first?
Yes, please do. Sorry, that's a bit of a legacy hand at the start of Ms. Cottier's submission. I was going to ask if she could point us to where that email was in our submission, so we could look at it. But we found it. We found it from other sources. I'm not sure it was in there, but yes. Let Mr. Dorman speak, and then I'll come back.
Mr. Dorman.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a few comments about what Mr. Bedford was saying, and indeed the Luton paper that was submitted as part of Matter 24 by Luton Borough Council. The clear statement is Luton does not believe, firstly, that central beds can meet its proportion of the 7,000, cannot meet its allocation of 7,350 to help meet Luton's unmet needs. And furthermore, they seem to be indicating that central beds cannot meet its own allocation to build its own housing. In addition to that, now I'm struggling a little here because I can't quite find a document that I had found, but I'll start off and maybe I can come back to it later. Luton's document states that the development rates and timescale anticipated for the delivery of North Luton, that's the SA1 site, and Houghton Regis SA5 are overly optimistic, and that critical infrastructure identified by central beds for the North Luton site is not required and may affect the viability of the site. Well, North Houghton Regis SA5 is already under development. 526 houses will be completed by the end of this year. That's 11% of the allocation, well underway, and with 10 more years to go. And furthermore, I've just looked at this in more detail. Both SA1 and SA5 sites, after 2031, those sites have a total capacity together of 11,000 dwellings. So they will contribute far more than that projected to 2031 in the following years after that. So is it worth including the east of Luton sites when by, say, 2033, these two sites will have met the whole of Luton's unmet need, assuming you still believe it's 9,350, by themselves? And another point really is, and I'm not sure that Mr. Griffiths will agree with this, but the North Houghton Regis site, which has the total capacity, not within the plan period, but the total capacity of 7,000 homes, is already under construction. It is in the green belt up there. So you could say that its effect on future green belt is nil. And I have to say, I have found both Luton and North Hart seem to spend an inordinate amount of time criticising central beds. This is the same Luton that still believes it has an unmet need of 9,300 because it's only building 8,500 dwellings, which we've proven is rubbish. And the same Luton Borough Council that has such a precise handle on its own housing delivery programme that it is building exactly in the inverse to what its own local plan requires, which is against its local plan, against the NPPF. Now, I've no particular axe to grind for central beds, and I'm sorry to see that they're not here today to defend themselves. But it seems that when NHDC is so woefully underperforming in its own house delivery requirements, as well as Luton second-guessing CBC, it will perhaps be better achieved looking over their own achievements rather than trying to knock a neighbouring site as to what it is proposing to do. And the document that I cannot find at the moment, which I will do, is in addition to the one that was submitted as ED 207 recently to the examination, which shows a slightly revised allocation from Central Beds to its 7350 homes arising from Luton that they can meet. And they've, as far as I can see, they might have deleted one, but they've added about another 8 smaller sites. The total capacity of those being 8280. So there's a 12.7% buffer, or 930. So they're more than sufficient to provide flexibility in meeting the needs. But the other document that I found, and I don't seem to have printed off, is Central Beds' own allocations for meeting its own housing need of, I think it was 23,000. And their sites that they've allocated more than meets that and has sufficient flexibility and buffer to cater for many more. If I come back this afternoon, I'll hopefully find it. But, you know, I think these points really do put to rest any sort of statements by NHDC and LBC that criticise Central Beds. It's just not warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, sir. Just something which came out of Mr. Dorman's comments in relation to North Houghton Regis, I thought I should really share with you. That's a significant commitment, sir. As you can see, more than 4,800 homes, which clearly, according to Central Beds and obviously analysis which North Herts rely on, will make a significant contribution to Luton's unmet needs. So I think you ought to be also mindful of not just general housing needs for Luton, but more particular, affordable housing needs. There is a critical need for affordable houses in Luton. And this site in particular, sir, which is to contribute towards Luton's housing needs, will only deliver 10% affordable housing based on a viability argument the promoters put forward when planning permission was granted. So there's a confirmed Section 106 agreement, sir, which says no more than 10%. And further, sir, because this is a commitment and it isn't emerging through a plan, the opportunities for that 10% even to be committed to meeting Luton's unmet affordable needs just isn't there. So there's uncertainty, sir, as to whether that small percentage of affordable housing will actually meet any of Luton's affordable needs. And I just wanted to give you my figures, sir, for west of Luton. We're promoting, as I said, 3,500 homes in our proposed allocation, 30% of which would be affordable. That would be 1,050 affordable houses towards Luton's unmet needs. If the larger scheme came about at 4,600, that would increase to 1,380 affordable homes to meet Luton's needs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
So thank you very much. Two objectives of intervening at this stage. The first is just to ask you, I'm sure you will, to look at Luton Airport's statement to which Ms. Cottier referred to, because of what she said and her reference to incompatibility. We did think it necessary to check, and Mr. Smith is entirely correct to tell you that their representations related to mitigation, including a requirement for consultation and a transport assessment and noise mitigation.
Yeah. To be clear on that, that is something that I've read before although it was a very long time ago. So I will look at that again.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So more generally, and appreciate we're sort of straying into the next question, D, but I don't think they can be separated.
Almost a seamless movement forward, Mr. Williams.
It is. It was so seamless, I just hadn't spotted it. So there is a clear overlap, and I'm sure that's understood by everybody. But so I would like you to record the position that we hold, which is reflected in the evidence. And I appreciate here that you will be looking, at least in the first place, to the position of the relevant local planning authorities, in other words, North Herts and Luton, when it comes to assessing the east of Luton sites. However, sir, our role is important, and we've sought to assist you in particular on questions of fact. And we are here with Mr. Dixon and Mr. White to assist you on any further points of detail. So far, other than the point that I've just raised, we don't believe that we've had any cause to refer again to our written evidence, which we know you will read. We don't wish to take time on that orally. Moreover, there are various matters that have been raised by those objecting to the allocation, which refer to matters that have been considered in depth by you on previous occasions. And we've assumed that if you hadn't got enough information, you'd ask for more information. We're here to help if you do, but we've assumed you have plenty, if not more than enough, to consider the merits of the site. But this question, your questions here, are related to the process that has been undergone. And I would like just to make the following points, very much in alignment with those made by Mr. Bedford, but perhaps with just a slightly different emphasis. The first point is that the process that has been adopted complies with the legal obligation, the duty to cooperate, and the framework duty to cooperate in terms of policy. But coincident with that, the local authority seeks, and indeed is statutorily required, to comply with its duty to prepare a plan for its own area. In this particular process, the duty to cooperate has, perhaps unlike in other areas, been carried out in good form and upon a sound evidence base in order to seek to meet the unmet needs of Luton. So the involvement of the three local planning authorities and their agreement to the way forward to meet that need should, we say, carry very significant weight. In terms of the documents that you've referred to today, sir, we've given you some additional evidence in our statements to which I don't refer again. In summary, sir, we would ask you to conclude that the process is a sound one, remembering that the growth options study to which focus has been given today provides a comparative study, as Mr. Smith sought to explain, examining potential for the capacity of 23,000 across the HMA. You should always, of course, bear in mind that it shouldn't be regarded in isolation. Indeed, the local planning authority and ourselves, consistent with that document, have asks you to take into account accompanying a range of documents supporting the evidence base of the planning authority. You will have noted from everything you've heard today, I don't think anybody has seriously demurred, if at all, in fact, from the proposition that in order properly to meet Luton's unmet needs, one should be looking for locations as close to Luton as is possible. That important principle, we would say, is unimpeachable. And indeed, the document NHDC 173 demonstrates that there are no opportunities, no realistic opportunities elsewhere to meet Luton's unmet need, following the analysis that Mr. Smith explained this morning. It is for that reason dangerous to seek to pick upon specific points in that study in isolation and not appreciating that the comparative assessment was designed so that local authorities could, as they are bound to do, determine the allocations in accordance with their own statutory remit within their own administrative boundary. It follows that the choice of sites and allocations is a matter for their individual plan examinations, a point which Mr. Bedford quite rightly sought to emphasize. And so deliverability, the word he used, is of course relevant, but here not in the conventional way that we often use it. And what you are bound to do, sir, is to examine this plan in context to ensure that this authority's needs, including the unmet needs from Luton, are met. Now, the east of Luton site, sir, to borrow from the conclusion that we ask you to have drawn from yesterday, is exceptionally well placed to meet that need. There are no deliverability issues in a context where the clear evidence is that there has been persistent under delivery. Our site can meet that need quickly. And not only meet the quantitative need, but meet the need in terms of a mix and a range of tenures, which is of huge concern for Luton at the moment. But it does go beyond that, because if this opportunity is not taken after this long examination, and notwithstanding the delay, and especially because of the delay, the concomitant harm would spread well beyond the boundary of North Herts, because the need that would not be met would only have to be taken up elsewhere with knock-on effects on other areas and unsustainable travel patterns as allocations and sites come forward to fill the gap. So I think that's all I wish to say at this moment, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, so it is now, well, very almost 1 o'clock, so I'm going to look to take a break for lunch. I'm going to get this wrong no matter what I say, so I'll check. Can I just ask, Mr. Franklin, do we leave the meeting or do we stay in it and turn our cameras and microphones off?
If there's no change to any participants, you can just turn your mics and cameras off and we can just leave the meeting running while everyone's having lunch.
Okay, that's smashing. Yeah, there won't be any changes. So I'm going to take an hour, as I say. So I now make it 1 o'clock. I adjourn the hearing to resume at 2 o'clock. And if you could turn off during the break your camera and microphone, please. Thank you.